function of that high cabin pressure, you can acknowledge the alarms.
Starliner, copy.
Minus 1 hour, 35 minutes. minus 1 hour, 30 minutes.
Starliner Houston, the pad is proceeding with cabin pressurization now.
Copy.
Starliner Houston, the side hatch is being configured. Audible noise may be heard.
Starliner, copy.
LC, this is Blue Team Lead.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Could I talk to you briefly on Channel 20?
Roger.
L minus 1 hour, 10 minutes.
RC, verify range ready for FTS open loop test.
Verified.
FTS LC,
This is FTS.
start final open loop FTS test.
Roger.
Starliner Houston, we got a good leak check. You can open the vent valve.
All right, copy. Good leak check. That valve is coming up.
Roger.
Kevin, that valve open.
We copy, vent valve open.
LCM1 AC.
Standby AC. Proceed AC.
Yeah, we've got similar indication of CSIA thrust section temp getting close to its limits, similar to what we had before. We'd like to have a discussion on 6 about potentially safe.
Roger, please convene the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
Wilco.
LC Lockstep.
Go ahead.
Requesting permission to perform Centaur LO2 transfer line rechill.
Roger, proceed. Blue team lead, LC on 1.
Go ahead, sir.
Roger, Centaur L2 is performing our rechill operation.
Roger, I'll alert the team.
Starliner, we have a good cabin vent. You can close and cap the vent valve per your checklist. Configure the HIU Vox sensitivity knob to desired levels.
Copy that, in work. Cabin vent valve closed and capped.
Starliner, we copy. Cabin vent valve closed and capped. Good config. Talk to you again in a few minutes.
Talk a bit.
L minus 1 hour and 1 minute.
Go ahead.
LC1 AC.
Go ahead.
I'm ready to brief our recommendation for the CISA thrust section temp.
Roger. LD, channel 1.
LDO1.
Proceed AC.
Okay, as noted, the trend on this temp is very similar to what we saw the other day. All the other components are well within band, so to avoid nuisance alarm at a bad time, we're going to recommend that line item 390 be disabled.
Roger. Copy line item 390.
Correct.
LC concurs. LD?
LD concurs.
Roger. RLM? LC?
RLM on 1.
Roger. Please disable line item 390.
Active. LC on 1, this is RLM.
Go ahead.
Line item 390 has been disabled.
Roger.
LC, this is FTS.
Go ahead.
Yes, Operation 55, Step 270, FTS open loop test is complete.
Roger.
LC, Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead, Slick.
CST-100 pad operations are complete and ready to configure the White Room for launch. Annulus purge was disconnected at 1354 Zulu.
Roger. Blue team lead, LC.
Go ahead.
Perform toxic vapor and O2 checks when raising the environmental seal and configure White Room for launch.
Roger.
L minus 50 minutes.
LC, this is Blue Team Lead on 1.
Roger.
Environmental seal has been raised and White Room is configured for launch. Blue Team is ready to clear the pad.
Roger. We're going to hold about 5 minutes before we give the final clear, Blue Team Lead.
Understood. We'll fall back to level 12 and prepare.
Roger.
LC, this is Flight Control.
Go ahead.
Steps, Operation 60, Step 70. L-3 primary steering file adjust underscore AV085 underscore 06 with SDL CRC 1 Echo Bravo Charlie has been received, verified, and is ready to load into the Inca.
Proceed with load.
Roger. LC, this flight control.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Operation 60, Step 110, L-3, primary steering file adjust underscore AV085 underscore 06 with SDL CRC 1 Echo Bravo Charlie has been verified and loaded into the Inca.
Roger. Blue team lead, LC.
Go ahead.
Clear the blue team to the FHA roadblock.
Roger.
OSM, LC.
OSM.
Clear the flight hazard area, turn area warning system lights for complex 41 to flashing red, and sound the area warning horn after the crew vehicles leave the area.
Roger.
FELC.
Go ahead.
Disable CAT TVM system monitoring.
Roger. LCFE.
Go FE.
CAT TVM system disabled. Roger.
Starliner Houston on 1 for comm check.
CDR loud and clear.
Starliner Houston, we have you loud and clear on 1 as well. We'll call out our L-35 comm checks. Moving on, for your awareness, boot team has departed the pad. As a reminder, the environmental seal is up, so you'll have to deal with that if you get out from this point on. And I have your AEL checklist updates, but I'll just summarize them. There's no change from our last. Let me know if you need anything, but no change to the numbers.
Okay, copy. No, we need none of them, no change. And we'll go triage side 12, which is a right turn to the south.
Right turn is correct. And that completes our L-35 updates. Thanks.
Thank you.
Stand by for LC.
LC Flight Channel 1.
Flight this ALC, standby 1.
Standing by.
Go ahead, flight. This is LC on 1.
Yeah, ready for comm check on CSD Air to Ground 2?
Roger.
Here we go.
Blue team has cleared the pad.
Roger.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Op 60, step 10, step 20. Blast danger area is clear.
Roger.
LCOSM.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I can also give you step 60. Flight hazard area has been cleared of all personnel accounted for.
Roger.
L minus 30 minutes.
RC, conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 Weather Conference Net.
Roger.
Arm control, start arm hydraulic final preps.
Roger.
LOX 1, perform pogo suppressor charge.
Roger.
Prop 1, perform RD-180 transducer converter calibration.
Roger.
P&E 2, perform Centaur LH2 SVV cycle test.
Roger.
L minus 29 minutes.
Prop 1 LC.
Prop 1, go.
Are we complete?
Yes, RD-180 transducer converter calibration is complete, and the engine FIV is open.
Roger. Flight control, start flight control final prep.
Roger.
LC, P&E 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2 SVV cycle tests are complete.
Roger.
RP1 temperature update complete.
Roger.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
Arm hydraulic final preps are complete.
Roger.
L minus 27 minutes. L minus 25 minutes.
LC, this is flight control.
Go ahead.
Step 90, flight control final preps complete, and Atlas hydraulics at standby pressure.
Roger.
L minus 23 minutes.
SYS, switch all secondary decoms to RF link and verify lock.
Roger.
Initiate orbital parameter calculations on primary CCLS.
Roger.
L minus 22 minutes.
LC, Lexlin.
Go ahead.
Pogo suppressor charge is complete.
Roger.
LCSYS.
Go ahead.
All secondary. Secondary.
Yeah, you're breaking up, SYS.
All secondary decoms verified on RF link.
I did copy that. Please check your headset.
L minus 21 minutes. L minus 20 minutes.
PNE1, reinitiate AHB charging.
Roger.
RLM, verify redline monitor and event table are in the
you can
correct
configure suit
configuration
flow,
for terminal
deflate
count.
the lumbar support, configure your restraints.
RC,
For the
verify
keep
solar
your
radiation,
visors up, please.
acceptable for
Ground
launch.
here will be commanding
Verifying.
off. Suit fan Bravo momentarily.
Starliner copies.
All communications switch to channel 1. All personnel and visitors remain in present position until launch. Maintain operational silence in the LCC.
This is the LC with a terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds a launch constraint anytime after the terminal count status check, The observer shall announce hold, hold, hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold.
L minus 18 minutes.
Flight control, perform launch on time verification.
Roger. Launch on time verified.
Roger.
LC Peony 1.
Go ahead.
AHB charging reestablished and at flight mass.
Roger.
L minus 17 minutes.
OSM, place SRB ignition SNA switch in the enable position.
SRB ignition enabled.
Verify FCO, RCO, and OSM hold fire switches are in the proceed position.
Ready to proceed.
L minus 16 minutes. L minus 15 minutes.
LC flight, channel 1 and air ground 1 are now merged going to air ground 1.
Roger, roger.
LC flight, air ground 1, ready for contact with Starliner on channel 1.
Roger, roger. Starliner, LC, com check on channel 1.
LC, Starliner, loud and clear.
I have you loud and clear also.
Starliner, Houston, Comcheck, Air Ground 1.
Houston, Starliner, loud and clear.
Houston has you loud and clear on Air Ground 1. Starliner Houston, your suit fan Bravo is repowered. It looks good. Please close your visors. Column closed.
Houston, Starliner, visors closed.
Houston copies, visors closed.
L minus 12 minutes. L minus 11 minutes.
Arm controls, though the crew access arm for launch.
Roger.
L minus 10 minutes.
Flight, verify CST 100 on internal power.
Verified.
Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
Touch and work. Ordnance configured.
Roger.
L minus 8 minutes.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
True axis arms stowed for launch.
Roger. LC switch to ready position. All steps are complete prior to status check.
L minus 7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count. Atlas systems, propulsion,
Go.
hydraulics,
Go.
pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
water,
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion,
Go.
pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
LH2,
Go.
has gas,
Go.
electrical systems, airborne,
Go.
ground,
Go.
facility,
Go.
RFFTS,
Go.
flight control,
Go.
GC cubed,
Go.
op support,
Go.
comm,
Go.
umbilicals,
Go.
arm control,
Go.
ECS,
Go.
redline monitor,
Go.
quality,
Go.
op safety manager,
Go.
ULA safety officer,
Go.
vehicle system engineer,
Go.
anomaly chief,
Go.
range coordinator,
Clear to proceed.
flight director,
Houston flight is go.
Starliner,
Starliner, go.
launch director,
You have permission to launch.
proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 14:52:15 Zulu.
Verified.
Starliner, net is clear.
Thank you, LC. For everybody listening, just a thought. Sonny and I, as we were traveling to the pad, we saw many American flags, and many of you were waving flags at us. And then as we reached the pad, we look up, and of course there's that American flag on the side of the White Room, also one on the side of the rocket itself. And we know that that represents unity and resilience and unified efforts for the common good. And that's what Sonny and I have witnessed this last month. Each of you displaying what this nation's forefathers envisioned, a people committed to God, family, and country, a people who use their gifts and talents for the common good, and are passionate and tough. And we all know that when the going gets tough, and it often does, the tough get going. And you have. And Sonny and I are honored to share this dream of spaceflight with each and every one of you. So with that, LC, let's get going. Now let's put some fire in this rocket, and let's push it to the heavens where all these tough Americans have prepared it to be.
Let's go, Calypso. Take us to space and back.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
On my mark,
Roger.
the time will be T-minus 4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark. 3:55.
Ground pyros enabled.
Atlas hydraulics at flight press.
Pressurizing Atlas tanks.
Securing LO2 topping.
250. FTS internal. 159. Vehicle internal. 155.
Launch sequencer start.
150.
Securing Centaur LH2.
Securing Centaur LO2. 140.
Launch enabled.
137.
FTS armed.
120. OCU's armed.
FCS count started. EDS Ascent.
Starliner, last arm to auto.
Last arm auto.
Roger.
One minute.
Rock report range status.
Range green. 54.
POP started.
Atlas at flight press.
Centaur at flight press.
25.
Status check.
Go Atlas. Go Centaur.
Go Starliner. Godspeed, Butch and Sonny.
Houston, Starliner roll.
Roger, roll. You got a good throttle up.
Good throttle.
Good SRB burnout.
Good SRB.
Good handle.
Good handle.
CLG and net, good trajectory.
CLG.
Staging. ECAL's open. You have Sublimator act.
ECAL sub-act. Great Atlas.
OSM LC. Address security roadblocks for pad access control. And dispatch team to complex 41 in preparation.
Staging was good. You have good control.
Good control.
Starliner, you had good booster performance. You're up to plus 31.
Plus 31.
Good center.
Good Centaur.
St. John's open.
St. John's.
Starliner, MECO converged 11:5 to 11:52. Good perf, you're at 34 to 36 seconds.
11:52, 34 seconds.
No action, Starliner, on the LCL. That's just the system coming up into controlling mode.
Outstanding. No action.
Starliner, you have good cooling.
Good cooling.
Thirty seconds to MECO.
30 seconds.
Nominal MECO, Starliner.
Nominal MECO.
LVSEP 14:5 to 14:52.
14:52.
Go ahead. Roger. Bring it full for pad entry. Atlas LO2. Water system. Atlas propulsion. Atlas hydraulics. Atlas pneumatics. Centaur propulsion. Ready. Centaur pneumatics. Ready. Centaur LO2. Centaur LH2. Facility electrical. OSM, ready. Relay safety officer. OSM, place complex 41 warning lights to flashing amber. And dispatch team onto complex 41 for initial safety inspection. Roger.
No action on the cabin temp, Starliner.
No action.
LVSEP confirmed.
Good LVSEP.
Starliner, your nominal TDRA show MDL is active. You have good targeting for OI.
Good targeting. And Houston Starliner.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you could relay a message to our brethren at ULA.
We're all listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, they've been a member of the family for a long time, but now it's official, and we want to welcome them to human spaceflight.
We all copy all and really appreciate the words.
And Houston Starliner, we are on the tablets and in insertion monitor.
Copy tablets, we're with you, insertion monitor.
And Houston Starliner, last arm is off. Backup control switches, enable 1 on, enable 2 off. SM RCS is the mode.
We copy off. Enable 1 is on, enable 2 is off. SM RCS, you're in a good config.
Good config.
Your EXDV targets are on board and good.
Good EXDV.
Starliner, still no action on your cabin temp. You're in a good config. It's 74 degrees in there. And that's just due to the T2 sensor sitting beside the light. So we're actually going to inhibit that particular sensor. We'll let you know when we bring it back online.
Okay, great. Looks like we're on our way to thrust align.
Concur. Starliner, we did not see the hand controller deflection. Just wanted to know if you did that yet.
No, we'll get it now.
All good.
Also, establish barricades around MLP and area beneath the MLP, and perform O2 LEL checks with complex 41 areas. Roger. ECS LC. Switch all ECS from GN3 to air. FELC. Coordinate with CLE and set LHC storage area and LNG farm UV detector to automatic. And DCSLC.
Starliner, good config for the OI burn.
Good config for OI.
We took a look. That was a good OI burn. You're maneuvering to NavCal 1.
Good OI burn, going to NavCal 1.
Starliner, Houston.
Go ahead, Starliner, Houston.
Yeah, you do have good cooling. The sublimator is working. We are watching it, though, because the water usage is just a little more than we thought we were going to see. You probably noticed that. It's a reason for the advisory there. From the ground, we'd like to swap you over to the other leg. So we're going to close sublimator leg 1, wait for about 60 seconds, and then open up leg 2. You'll see us do that. No impact or action.
Okay, we copy. We'll be watching. Thank you.
Starliner, we see the Sublimator message. No immediate action, but want to discuss. Let me know if you're there.
Yeah, no action. Standing by.
Okay, so you're still on the Sublimator with good cooling. The rate of usage is still a little bit more than we thought it was going to be. We plan to take this all the way down to 10% water remaining in your Sublimator. 10%. When we get there, we're going to close leg 2 of the Sublimator. If we lose you, if you go Nordo, we want you to take leg 2 to off. That's Eclipse ATCS tab stop 5 to OFF when the Sublimator gets to 10%.
Okay, copy. You're going to take Sublimator 2 to close. If we go Nordo at 10%, we'll take it off with the tab stop 5.
Affirmative. I think your tab 5 will actually say close, but you're right. To close / off at 10%, and we'll have more for you soon.
Okay, copy that. Closed.
Starliner, just what we're seeing, we're expecting to be on the radiators here in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes is what we're working with.
Okay, standing by, and if you need us for anything, let us know.
Starliner, as discussed, there's 10%. We've closed leg 2, standing by on rads.
Okay, yep, we see leg 2 closed as well, and we're waiting on rads with you.
Houston, Matt 2.
Go ahead, sir.
You're back with Mission Control Houston, coming to you from Johnson Space Center. Team here in Mission Control continuing to watch over the Starliner systems. They have been continuing to watch the Sublimator issue that we mentioned just before we went back to Kennedy Space Center there for an update. Those sublimators are used to cool the vehicle down before the vehicle uses its radiators for cooling. It is running out of water a little more quickly than it was expected to, but the radiators will be able to take over the cooling of Starliner just in the next few minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that, but it should not be a problem for today's flight. Another update that we got while we were getting those final words from Kennedy Space Center was that the team here on the ground is getting good data from the Vesta system. That is a key system on board Starliner. It stands for Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensory Tracking Assembly, which is a long name because it's very important.
So that system actually does many things for Starliner. It's a combination star tracker. It's also the cameras that look at station and tell the Starliner flight control system exactly where it is and which direction it is pointed relative to space station. So the spacecraft autopilot itself will use that information during docking for automated dockings, and the crew can see those cameras while they're doing their manual docking should they need it.
So you'll be hearing a lot about the Vestas over the next 24 hours as Starliner makes its way to the space station. That is a key part of the systems that we'll be checking out along the way and then using for the actual docking.
Yes, and that system is made up of 6 cameras. It's got it's a dual redundant system, so there's 2 copies of each. There's 2 regular spectrum cameras that similar to what the human eye can see. One for a narrow field of view for looking longer distance, one for a wide field of view for shorter distances. There's also an infrared camera that can help Starliner see station while it's in the dark. It also has a laser-based LiDAR rangefinder that can also pick out the structure on station and kind of paint a 3D view of station inside of the flight computer. So that gets tied in with the rest of the data to help Starliner know exactly where it is relative to station.
So
Starliner's finishing up its third of 3 navigation calibration maneuvers. The next things coming up are enabling some of the
good rad flow. I'm not sure if they made a notice, but there was a few warnings pop up. Those were associated with the radiators coming online. We're still watching it, but good rad flow. No action.
Yep, good rad flow. We did see him in no action. We figured that. Thanks.
And those radiators, that was one of the items I was going to say is coming up soon. Starliner turns on the radiator system based on what the current temperature is, based a little bit on solar activity and the heating it got during Ascent. So now that system's on, cooling Starliner, we are looking towards getting Starliner pointed in the direction for the next upcoming burn, which is the NC burn, or the phasing burn, where that C means catch-up. During that phasing maneuver, Starliner is going to stay in a slightly elliptical orbit, but at a lower altitude than station, and it's going to use that time to catch up with station, and then we'll later move up to station's altitude for final rendezvous and docking.
View you're seeing here is of the flight control team in Mission Control Houston. In the center of the view there is Mike Lammers, the lead flight director for this mission. Next to him, Rick Hempfling, and on his other side, Josh Joshua Kutrick, the day's Capcom that you've been hearing talk with the crew. You saw Lammers there pointing around the room as he was going through a no-go call for moving into orbit ops, the next mode that Starliner will be working in, having finished its ascent and its orbital insertion burn.
Starliner, you have good cooling and your go for orbit ops.
Outstanding. Good cooling, go for orbit ops. And with that, we have another message we'd like you to relay.
Everyone is listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, if y'all could call Kennedy Space Center crew quarters and strongly request that they release Joe Acaba and James Branson from quarantine. I'm sure they would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a call. I'm not sure Joe's going to want to leave, but we'll pass it along.
You may be right. He said a lot of free bacon.
Sounds good.
You heard there that go for orbit ops that was communicated up to the crew that we were talking about just a moment ago. And also, of course, Butch Wilmore calling down that the chief astronaut, Joe Acaba, can be released from quarantine. Butch and Sonny went into quarantine April 22nd, so they had a bit of a longer than expected quarantine as they waited for today's launch, but they are safely in space. So now that those who have been in close contact with them and needed to preserve their own quarantine to make sure that no germs were sent up to the International Space Station can also end their quarantine.
And Houston, are you ready for PCS activation?
We're ready. Here go for PCS activation.
Here we go. And Houston, I've burped the PPM suit open via step 1.14 3 times. It keeps cycling back above up to 152.
Okay, we copy all, and the word is that you can just hold there and move on. It's a good value.
Okay, we'll go with that. All right, we'll call the PCS system act complete for my steps. Let me know if, check me, make sure I didn't miss it.
We're checking. Starliner, your PCS activation looks good.
Outstanding.
For those just joining us, or for those who've been watching since launch, Starliner is doing the last bit of coast before it gets to the NC burn, or the phasing burn. We've got about a little over 9 minutes till we get to that burn. In the meantime, Starliner is currently in the process of turning back on its OMAC engines, or its orbital maneuvering and control jets. Those are the larger thrusters that will push Starliner for large burns, large trajectory changes on orbit.
And Houston, the hatch locking device is installed.
We copy, hatch locking device installed, thanks.
And Starliner is finishing its pointing maneuver to get into the NC thrust line orientation. That is getting Starliner pointed in the correct orientation to perform the NC burn.
Step 9, comm check, air to ground.
Step 9, comm check. Houston has you loud and clear.
I read you the same. We're set up via the table.
Roger. Starliner, good config for the NC burn.
Good config for NC. Houston, Starliner, comm check on the handheld mic.
Houston has you loud and clear, handheld mic.
Give me another 5 count there, Houston.
This is Houston, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we have you loud and clear, handheld.
Yeah, we're just checking the volume on the speaker. Thanks.
Copy.
And you just heard some back and forth there between Mission Control and Butch Wilmore. The crews switched off of using their headsets. That way they don't have to stay wired into the console the whole time and wear those headsets. They've switched over to the speaker and handheld mic inside Starliner for any communication they need to do down to the ground. We're now coming up on about 3 minutes till the NC phasing burn. We're coming up on 2 minutes till Starliner's NC burn. Starliner is currently pointed forwards in the direction that it's traveling. It's going to fire its thrusters, increasing the altitude of the other side of its orbit. So right now, Starliner did its orbital insertion burn to raise its altitude. Now it needs to raise the other side of its elliptical orbit. We're expecting that NC burn to be about 25 seconds long. And 30 seconds till the expected NC burn. And NC burn is starting for good OMAC burn, engine burns.
Good NC burn.
Good NC.
Affirm, you're on your way to tail sun, step 12.
We see it.
And that call up from Capcom Joshua Kutrick to the crew. And Butch responding, he sees the same data. Starliner had a successful NC burn. Starliner's orbit is now a slightly elliptical orbit, varying between 324.7 kilometers and 323.6 kilometers. In the meantime, while Starliner waits for its next burn, coming up, the NHPC-1 burn, which is 20 hours and 42 minutes away. Starliner is moving itself into a tail-to-sun mode, so it's going to point its solar rays back at the sun and just use it to kind of top up the batteries while Starliner continues its phasing catch-up maneuver with ISS. with this first section of downtime that the crew's going to have, they're going to be using this time to get out of their suits. Should take a few minutes per crew member, but in the meantime, Starliner is also starting to open up its NDS NASA docking system entry cover. That should stay open for a majority of the flight. That way Starliner will be ready for docking. And flight control is here in Houston. Noting they see the entry cover open, we're getting that telemetry data and showing it on our virtual external display of Starliner.
Starliner, your entry cover is open and complete. You also have a good ADF cal, and we're with you moving over to rendezvous monitor.
Yep, just about to do that ourselves. Here we go. Rendezvous monitor.
And crew acknowledging, they also see NDS cover open. Also noted getting called up is good ADS cal for attitude determination system. Now that Starliner has moved into a different orientation, just confirming that its internal calculation of its position and orientation agrees with what the crew's seeing on the ground.
Good morning. I'm NASA's Sandra Jones, and I am joined by Jim May from Boeing, and we are going to continue to bring you live coverage of the in-flight portion, the phasing portion of Starliner's mission to the International Space Station. If you're just joining us, Wilmore and Williams launched at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning today from Space Launch Complex 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. The duo did lift off on the Atlas V rocket and are slated to dock to the International Space Station's forward port of the Harmony module just a little less than 24 hours from now, targeting that docking at 11:15 a.m. Central Time tomorrow, June 6th. Following docking, the crew will complete hatch opening operations, targeting that hatch opening around 1 p.m. Central Time tomorrow afternoon, and welcome remarks to follow around 1:20 p.m. Central. At this time, Wilmore and Williams are awake and have a busy few hours ahead of them. First up was the NC burn, which took place just a short time ago and was successful. This burn helps get Starliner in the proper trajectory in preparation for tomorrow's docking. Next up, the crew will begin to prepare for their first PAO, or Public Affairs Office Mustang event. This is the first opportunity for the crew to provide remarks on the mission thus far and their flight into orbit. Following this, the CFT crew will also conduct some far-field piloting checkouts and provide feedback to the teams on the ground on those checkouts. We will discuss these piloting checkouts a bit more here shortly as we approach them. Following this, the crew will complete data collection on Vesta, or the Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. This is essentially a vision-based system which helps with tracking and docking, of course, for Starliner. The crew will also complete other tasks and checkouts, do a little cleanup, all before completing a medical conference and getting some rest. So as you can see, quite a busy few hours ahead for the crew. Because this is a test flight, there are multiple checkouts and tests that occur as part of the eventual certification process of Starliner. And coming up here in just a few minutes at 11:30 a.m. Central Time, we will have the opportunity to hear from managers at both NASA and Boeing and United Launch Alliance about today's successful launch of Butch and Sunny. You can tune in and listen into that news conference on the NASA TV channel or the nasa.gov website. We will be splitting our channels, so we'll have a media-only loop that will be provided as audio-only coverage. We are continuing to cover every step of the way along this mission until we do dock, but we will be splitting those channels out in order to broadcast the post-launch news conference. And if you are just joining us, we now are over an hour and a half into today's flight of the first crewed flight of the Boeing Starliner spacecraft.
Starliner, Houston, Air to Ground 1, Vesta, Sensor Orientation Command sent.
You did hear that call up to the crew regarding the Vesta, or the Vision-Based Electro-Optical Sensor Tracking Assembly. This is that vision-based system, really important for docking and tracking of Starliner. Later today, there will be an entire checkout and data collection of the Vesta system, and we'll be sure to cover it live every step of the way.
Starliner, Houston, when able. Not urgent, just a couple things.
And again, we are targeting a post-launch news conference to begin here momentarily, where leaders from NASA, Boeing, and ULA will have the opportunity to discuss today's flight of Butch and Sunny. The successful liftoff occurring at 9:52 a.m. Central Time this morning. And those leaders will also answer questions from the media during that news conference. You can join and watch along on that post-launch news conference if you would like on nasa.gov or NASA Plus.
Starliner, no action on cabin fan DP. It's a deucer, and we're working on clearing the message for you. Starliner, we just want to make sure we have you after going back to 2 grounds and lower LDR. So do you hear this? Houston on 1. Starliner, this is Houston on Air Ground 1 in the blind. And we think that our audio is getting on board and that you hear this, but we have not heard from you. So if you're here in Houston, feel free to just deflect the RHC, deflection on the RHC. We'll see that if you're hearing us. And we saw that, Houston. We saw the RHC, so stand by. We're still not hearing you on the loops, but we did see your action.
And the teams here in
Starliner, Houston, one thing we're hearing here is to check the handheld mic connector, make sure it's fully plugged in still and hasn't dislodged. And Starliner, one more reminder, just things we can think of here is check that your chip is installed. You'll need that plugged in to use the handheld mic.
And you are hearing...
Houston, we've cycled all the buttons. Chippa is installed. How do you read air to ground 1?
Starliner, we have you loud and clear now, air to ground 1.
Okay, great. Fantastic. We are with you in rendezvous monitor.
Okay, copy. Just getting caught up. Vesta sensor orientation command has been sent, and then I have one action for you for the humidity system if you're ready.
We are ready.
All right, we saw your activation. We would like to cover the desiccant under seat 1, and so whenever it's convenient, we want you to go to the provisions bag on the cargo adapter, get the desiccant cover out, and you can use that to cover the desiccant under seat number 1. I'll copy.
Okay, Sonny will grab that, and we'll cover the desiccant under seat 1.
Good words.
And I don't know if you heard our question earlier, but the male piddle packs, the urine packages, we cannot find those. We found the clips, but no pack.
Okay, we did not hear that question, but we'll take it and get right back to you with an answer.
And one more time, the location of that desiccant cover, Houston.
Yeah, it's in a cargo adapter on seat 5 cargo adapter, and the bag we think is going to be labeled vehicle provisions. It's the bag on the seat 5 cargo adapter.
Okay, seat 5 cargo adapter, vehicle provisions, copy.
And you did hear some calls from here on the ground up to the crew of Starliner. Mainly you heard the voice of NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, who is the commander of Starliner, stepping through some procedures to ensure that communication was routed properly. All of that seems to be resolved at this point, and working through some cargo operations and stowage.
Okay, Houston, I put the cover on underneath seat 1. For underneath seat 5, do you need something done there as well?
Copy on Starliner. I think you're good, but I'll check. Sonny, we double checked and you're in a good config. No action needed under seat 5. Starliner, the NDS SCS checkout's complete and nominal.
Outstanding, thanks.
And Starliner, per the timeline, if you're good with it, we are going to power on Mustang. Power on and Mustang.
That sounds good.
Capcom calling up to the crew. They're going to power on the Mustang system. A reminder that Mustang system is the series of cameras and microphones that are throughout Starliner's cockpit. In this case, they're going to record a message to send down to Earth later. A few remarks on the mission so far, what Butch and Sonny are thinking. But they should be simultaneously downcasting that over the air-to-ground loop, and so we should be able to pick it up here on the live feed.
Starliner Houston, for the Piddle Pack location, we're here in starboard bag by the side hatch.
Say again, what was it you said the location for what?
It's the location that you were asking about for the Piddle Packs and starboard bag beside the side hatch.
Yeah, that's where we looked. We didn't see them. We'll look again.
Yeah.
There was the yellow clips were there. There were some pads, but there were no bags for the pads.
Copy all, and we'll dig deeper somewhat.
What node?
Starliner, for Butch, we're still investigating your question, but in the meantime, we're hearing there are more bags in the environmental health kit, same place you'd be pulling the CSACP out of.
We copy. Yep, we found some bags.
Copy.
To get us to this point and then get to execute this mission, they really are part of our family. You know, a lot of people say I need to smile more, and I'm smiling, believe me. But it's a little bit of controlled emotion because there's a lot of phases of this mission, and we just completed the first one. You know, pre-launch and launch is just the first part of this. We now have to get to ISS, we have to dock, we have to do docking ops, we have to undock, we have to do re-entry, and we have to land. So each one of those phases we're gonna really pay very, very close attention to. And our team is really focused on that. So, you know, that as we go through each piece of the mission, there's flight test objectives that we're gonna go accomplish. And we've already started that. And Steve talked about a couple that we have in front of us to get to docking, and that's where our team is really gonna be focused. This is a test flight. We've talked about this a number of times, and we're going to probably experience a few things that we gotta go look into. And we'll do that, and we'll talk to you about them as time goes on. But we're going to learn from this, and we're going to have a great experience. We're on orbit with Butch and Sonny, and it's been a long time coming, and we're really, really proud of the team that got us here. Again, thanks to everyone for participating in this and getting us to this point. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Tori.
Thank you. Well, as you all know, this is our first time, and the bird made us work for it a little bit. Today we had a very quiet count, a dead nominal flyout, and I'm not allowed to release our orbital insertion accuracy bullseye yet because it's preliminary, but that might be the best one we've ever done. After we separated, Administrator Nelson and Pam Milroy turned to me and said, does this feel any different, Tori? Yesterday, I knew that I have come, you know, I'm coming up on 450 personal launches. Pretty sure I'd seen everything. But I have to tell you, there is absolutely nothing like this. And we are very, very proud to join this human spaceflight community. And I also have to acknowledge the very important contribution of Tony, because she showed me this morning that today, for the first time in this sequence, she had worn her lucky astronaut earrings, and then look at the result. So thank you very much. Proud to be with you all.
Thank you all for those opening remarks. We're now going to open up the floor to questions to media here in the room and over the phone. As a reminder for those joining over the phone, you may press *1 to ask a question. Let's start here in the room with Joey Roulette right there.
Thanks, Joey Roulette with Reuters. For Steve, you said you guys aren't tracking anything right now. Was the launch and deployment up until right now completely perfect? Did everything look fine besides the single thing you mentioned, or did anything happen that was off nominal? And for Mark Nappy, this obviously is a crucial moment for Boeing, and the mission's not over yet. But if you can speak a little bit to the broader kind of goals that the Starliner program plays for the company, if everything goes as planned, what does that mean for the company, and how do you guys move forward from that? Thanks.
Yeah, so far we're really not tracking hardly anything. There was one temperature sensor that was a little bit showing a little warmer than the other sensor in the cabin, so it's near a light. So the team basically disabled that sensor from providing feedback. That was about the only thing that the team worked. And then again, the sublimator usage, the water usage. You know, water in space, if anybody followed the space shuttle program years ago, we used something called a flash evaporator system where we flashed water into space to take heat away from the coolant loops. And that was a problematic system that would freeze up and have funny. So anytime you use a system with water in space and you've got ice and liquid and then the vapor of steam, it's very tricky. So I think we're going to learn a little bit about that system. We have this refill capability we'll use to fill the system back up before we come home and land. But other than that, so far the vehicle's been doing well. And really the purpose of these checkouts is to understand the vehicle better, and then, you know, we'll look at the data in real time. We'll have a review every day of the spacecraft. We'll have one tomorrow when we get back to Houston. But so far, the vehicle's doing great.
Means a lot to us, you know, and the program means a lot to Boeing. My boss was here today, my boss's boss was here today, and my boss's boss's boss was here today. So obviously it means a ton to us. This is the first step, you know, of the mission. I said we got to go through these phases, and then when we get back, it's about certification. It's finishing up the certification so that we can be certified for the Starliner 1 mission, and it's getting that hardware ready for the Starliner 1 mission, and then getting a spot in the manifest with Joel and Dana and Steve on ISS for that Starliner mission. So that's really our focus for the next year is to get those things behind us.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and take this lady right here in the second row, right up front.
Hi there. Kristen Fisher with CNN. Big congratulations to everyone on a successful launch. Mark, a question for you and one for Joel, I believe. Mark, so much has been made of the competition between SpaceX and Boeing over the last decade or so. I'm curious how you view that competition over the last 10 years. Elon Musk sending his congratulations to the entire team. How would you describe that competition? And then for Joel, if we could just get an update on when that faulty pump on board the ISS will actually be replaced, how long that would take. Thanks.
I think you guys think it's a competition. We don't see it as a competition. We've got two providers that are going up to the International Space Station, and SpaceX is up there, and we're up there now as well. So this is something that NASA has planned, and we've accomplished it. And of course, that next step is certification. I saw the tweet. That's awesome. And you know, I sit on my front porch and I watch every SpaceX mission, and I root for them too. This is something that's great for the entire country.
And on the pump change out, we're going to get to that as soon as we can. My hope is we get to it this week. If not, it'll be early next week.
Thank you. We'll go right here, up front.
Thanks, Tony. Congratulations, everyone. This is James from Channel 6. I'd like to start with Mark 2, and maybe if Steve, Ken, and Mr. Administrator would like to chime in. As excited as you are, Mark, good to see you smile. I know that you might have a message in the back of your mind, perhaps, for the harshest critics of Starliner's program. Is there anything, I know you're focused on the mission at hand, but what would you like to say to those who may have even called for the cancellation of the program after all the delays? There are those who thought Butch and Sonny would never fly. Thank you.
Yeah, we talked to our team a lot about just ignoring a lot of the stuff that you read. You know, we focus on the positive, we focus on the accomplishments, and we learn from the setbacks that we've had. It's been this way in human spaceflight my entire career. You know, Steve talked in the last press conference where he's got 37 or 38 years, I think. You know, I started thinking I've got 39. It's not a competition, but Steve, but I got 39 years.
I'll try to.
And I think about, you know, over the years, you know, how many bad headlines I've read about the shuttle program, International Space Station. And then I look back at those programs and look at how successful they were. You know, we had an incredible run with the space shuttle, and arguably we put the most incredible, fantastic engineering feat ever with assembling the International Space Station in space. And you know, someday we'll be looking back at this program the same way.
And I'll add a little bit to that question. I got a lot of texts today too from a lot of people that I work with who were former shuttle employees. I got texts from the SpaceX community. I got texts from a broad range of people, all working in human spaceflight. I think the text to me meant a heck of a lot because they know how hard it is, right? I think we sometimes don't talk about the challenges of getting to flight. I look back 4 years ago at Demo 2 and the challenges of getting to that flight. We had to redesign the parachute system on Dragon before that flight in the year before. We redesigned the propulsion system before. Starliner has had, you know, every development program has challenges on getting there. Space Shuttle had challenges, It was behind schedule on launching. Every single program, I think, it's just so hard to put all the pieces together. As Mark said, they all have to work as planned. You qualify them, you test them, and then you learn about them and you fly them in space. And so we've stood side by side with Boeing, working hard. We need 2 providers. We need 2 space transportation systems. It's hugely important to us. I think the whole community knows that. And it's just a tough endeavor to get to flight. And huge kudos to the entire team for getting there today. The administrator talked about perseverance, hard work, dedication. That's what I see from our team every single day. I wish I could explain it here, but these people are working long hours and figuring out ways to solve problems, whether it's a Boeing employee, a NASA employee, United Launch Alliance employee. So it's just great to be part of the team.
We don't need
You're hot.
that button, do I?
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say that, folks like to judge early, and I would exercise caution doing that. You really don't know how great a program is until after it's finished. That's what I've seen with airplane programs and other aerospace programs through the years. It's also important to remember that we want more than one provider. It's really important to us, not just for ISS to have redundancy there, but we're trying to develop a new economy in low Earth orbit. And to do that, we want to have a field with multiple competitors. We'd like to see 3, 4 someday, right? And it starts by developing 2. Sorry to cut you off, boss.
Not at all, not at all. He's the real deal. Former space commander. The overall answer to your question is space is hard. And you better not mess it up by not going when you've tried out everything and you know that it is as safe as possible when you put a human on board. And sometimes that takes time. And the proof's in the pudding. Look what we've been through in all of the different space programs of NASA from the very get-go. And sometimes they were very painful. And when we didn't get it right, because mistakes were made, the entire country suffered. So my hat's off to the team here. They waited until they got it right. As Joel said, we've still got some to come. Steve said this too, because this is the first time that the spacecraft that doesn't have wheels, like the shuttle did, is going to land on land. And it's going to come down in the Utah desert as the primary site. And so this is a whole new adaptation. So they waited until it was right.
Thank you. Well, we'll take it right here up front.
Yusuke Tomiyama, the Yomiuri Shimbun, Japanese Daily. My question is for Senator Nelson. You mentioned further lunar exploration in your first remark, so I'd like to ask you, apart from Starliner, China's lunar probe successfully collected samples from far-side moon surface for the first time. So what do you think on this achievement, and do you have any plan to collaborate with China for science research of these samples? Thank you.
Did you specifically ask at first about Chang'e 6 that landed on the far side of the moon? Okay. Well, my congratulations to the Chinese space program. I have said over and over that they have a very good program. They have made lots of progress in the last 10 years. I would like very much, and have said this publicly many times, for them to be more transparent, more open, less secretive. And yes, we need to cooperate on things. The one thing that we did cooperate on was deconfliction in Mars orbit. But there are plenty of other opportunities for deconfliction and cooperation. And I would welcome that. But of course, today, and I respect your question, today is about the Boeing Starliner.
All right, we're going to take some questions over the phone. First up, we have Michael Sheets with CNBC.
Hi, everybody. I believe my question is best answered by either Steve or Mark, but for the 25 hours after launch, we're not going to have onboard live views or even delayed views of the crew like we've seen with Dragon, even going back to using Tedra's before. So curious as to why that is. If there are onboard cameras, is this a matter of cost that we can't bring this feed back down until the International Space Station is reached by Starliner? Appreciate any clarification here.
Yeah, we do have a camera on board, a system called Mustang. It is not active for live feed during flight, but once we do get to station, we'll get feed, and of course when we get back down, we'll be able to get all the video. We are looking at being able to provide live feed in flight, but that won't be for a couple of flights.
All right. Next up, we have Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, thank you so much. Mark and Steve, is it possible to say how many out of the, I believe it's 87 test flight objectives are already kind of crossed off, given where the mission is just right now? And could you describe just what are one or two of the more higher risk moments from here on out? Thanks so much.
So, yeah, it certainly is possible to cross off all the flight test objectives, but I don't have those numbers in front of me. But I can kind of give you a little bit of a summary of what they look like. There's a little bit of manual flying that would like Butch and Sonny to do with the hand controllers. That'll happen here in the next day. And then there's a lot of, I'll call them ergonomic types of flight test objectives. How do the seats fit? How do the suits work? How do the displays look? And, and there's numbers that are associated with all those things that I just rattled off that add up into the 87. And then, of course, when we get close to docking, we'll do some more. And when we get docked, there's additional ones as simple as how does the cargo come out and how does the cargo go back in? Those are the types of flight test objectives that will be satisfying. Steve?
Yeah, I think Mark said it well. We don't have the exact number today because they're happening as we speak here. Maybe we could talk a little bit about what we've accomplished after we dock. The big things coming up. Obviously, docking is a high interest event when you're bringing two vehicles close to each other, like Starliner as it approaches the forward port of station. That's a huge, big event for us. A very integrated event between the Starliner flight control team and the International Space Station flight control team. And then, once we get docked, we have a big objective to demonstrate what we call safe haven. So that's a demonstration where we have the crew go into Starliner and use only the Starliner assets. If something were to happen on station, we have this capability in both Dragon and very soon Starliner. We'll demonstrate that. And then at the end, obviously, the deorbit and landing are huge events that we'll continue to learn a lot about. I would say one thing, about the spacecraft is this is the first time with a crew on board. So first time that the life support system is operating today. We've tested it on the ground. It worked great, but we're learning a little bit about that as well. Huge important objective for the flight as well.
Thanks. We're going to take one more question over the phone before we come back to the room. We have Andrea Leinfelder with the Houston Chronicle.
Hi, congrats on the launch today. Understanding that these could change, can you give me the dates you expect Starliner will undock from the station, and then the date and location you're targeting for landing? Thank you.
Yeah, we have a number of landing opportunities. The first one would be the earliest would be June 14th. We would undock around 3:17 in the morning. That would be Central Time. With a landing around 8:38 Central Time. That would be at White Sands Space Harbor. What we really want to do is kind of look at the overall mission as it's going, and then Joel has some activities on the space station, and so we may adjust that date a little bit to accomplish some International Space Station activities. There's nothing magic about that date. A few days later, we have another set of opportunities as well. So we'll take a little time once we get docked. work with Joel and his team. He talks about some spacewalks that they would like to do as well, and so we'll work out the choreography of all those different events. But right now we're really focused on Starliner and docking tomorrow.
All right, we'll take some questions here in the room. We'll go to Ken Kramer.
Hi, thank you. Congratulations to everybody. It was spectacular to see that after so many years of hard work. So Ken Kramer, Space Up Close, right. So Tori, I want to follow up on a question I asked you at the end of the last briefing. You mentioned that, yeah, you don't do the RAN steering, and it's a unique orbit, suborbital, actually, that you deliver it to. So I guess, and for safety reasons. So I'm kind of curious, why don't you use a third SRB to get to orbital velocity?
Oh, sure. Great question. So for those of you who are not familiar with it, RAN steering, right ascension ascending node, is a guidance technique that allows one, if you have enough energy and the guidance algorithms to pull it off, to give you a larger launch window when you're going to a target like the International Space Station, which is an intercept target, because there is only one perfect instantaneous moment to go for the least energy. That technique allows you to go early or go late, and then without wasting very much energy, re-intersect onto that ideal path. We don't do that here because it would not benefit safety, and we don't energy for it. We certainly could put a third booster on, third solid, and go orbital, but the whole idea behind this trajectory is that there are no blackout periods all along its path where the G-forces would be too great in an emergency abort separation of the capsule for the astronauts to be uninjured, and at the end of that journey, we're just short of orbital velocity, so that if, God forbid, the propulsion system on the wonderful Starliner did not function properly, they would still get a free return safely to the Earth. So it's all about crew safety. It's really not about performance. And that gives us every possible chance to make sure the crew is safe throughout that trajectory. That causes us to fly low and flat for us, which is why we have an extra RL-10, because you need more thrust to do that. Does that make sense?
Well, I still don't understand why the third SRB doesn't change the situation.
We could put a third SRB and we could go orbital, but then at that point, if we didn't have propulsion on the capsule, they could not free return. They'd be stuck in orbit until they naturally decayed, which might take a while.
You'd have to look at what does that do to your acceleration profile in first stage. If you had a third solid rocket motor on the side, that's going to get you going a little faster in that first stage. And then we'd have to go look at, as Tori said, you know, what we want to have is if anything happens to the rocket, essentially the starting point for the capsule trajectory is where the rocket is. And so you have to look at the Gs and the heating and the heat shield on the way on the other side. So it's all optimized for the two solid rocket motors, for crew safety for aborts, and then you essentially have almost a free return back to even Edwards Air Force Base should we not be able to do any of the burns. There's a small burn you could do to get to Edwards, and then on the second orbit also you could go to Edwards Air Force Base as a safe landing, as a contingency site. So.
Thank you. We'll bring it over here to this gentleman.
Hi, thank you. Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF. I guess for Joel or Mark, kind of continuing off the other question there, what would be some of the test objectives that might influence whether or not you go beyond the week docked to the ISS? Is there anything in particular that would benefit from that extended time, or that would require extended time that you could do if you stay docked?
You know, to me, you got to check out the system and see what the system gives you, right? And so if we see something that wasn't as expected, and we're like, hey, you know, another day would allow some extra time to go look at that system, then we'd stay. I mean, there's not a specific list of, hey, these 10 things are going to require more time. It's more watch the system, see how it operates, and if it requires more time, we have more time.
Thank you. We'll toss it to Lauren Grush.
Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I think my question is for Steve or for Mark. You mentioned that you weren't really working any issues, but I am curious how this flight is comparing to the experience of the uncrewed test flight that you had and the issues that were experienced during that mission. Do you feel confident that those problems have been resolved based on what you're seeing with this flight?
I could start off, obviously on Orbit Flight Test 2, the uncrewed flight, we saw some OMAC thrusters that failed off during the orbit insertion burn. Today, that first burn, I was really excited to watch it. I think it was like about 72 meters per second. I'm an old trajectory guy, so I kind of like burns, but all 4 OMACs fired in each doghouse. The control was just perfect. Those did really well. I didn't get to see the second maneuver, which was the phasing burn, but that went really well. So we had a couple things, happen early on that we've seemed to gotten past with. I know Mark's talked about, we think the leading cause of those failures was a little contamination in some of the propellant lines in those doghouses that they failed off. It was all in the same doghouse, actually. So far, the OMAC burns, these are pretty good-sized thrusters, 1,500 pounds of thrust. Those have gone really well, and I'll see if Mark has anything to add.
Yeah, we had our cooling system had a little bit of a freeze up on OFT2. We had worked on that by removing some filters so that it would operate a little bit more smoothly. Of course, we didn't have crew on OFT2, so that contributed to the problem. There wasn't as much heat in the crew module. And this time, it appears everything's working fine, so I think we have that problem licked.
Thank you. We're going to go back to the phone. We have Mike Wall with Space.com.
Thank you all for doing this. And yeah, I'd just like to say congratulations on a successful launch and a successful mission so far. Just a quick question, maybe for Mark or for Steve. Have you heard much from Sunny and Butch about Starliner and like how it's handling and what are their thoughts about the spacecraft so far?
Steve, I haven't heard anything at all. I've been busy preparing for this and a little bit of celebration.
Yeah, I have not either. I know they were going to call down, I talked about some of the things they were going to do, some of the manual maneuvers in the hand controller checkout, rotational hand controller and the translation hand controller, and they were going to call down to the ground, I think probably about right now during this event, and so we haven't really heard too much from them. They've been really focused on clicking through a bunch of objectives, getting the spacecraft set up for orbit, doing the maneuvers we talked about, and doing the checkout. So I don't know, but we'll get some information from them later today.
Next up, we have Issam Ahmed with AFP.
Yeah, thank you so much for doing this. First of all, for Steve, I was wondering if you could reflect a little bit on the fact that, you've been in this your job for so long now, and to see this day finally come. Could you reflect a little bit on what that means to you? And for Ken, specifically, I think you mentioned earlier in the call that you might like to expand these commercial providers to 3 or 4. Could you sort of go into further details about what you meant by that? Because I hadn't heard about that before. Oh, and finally for Steve, if I could sneak in one more, regarding the Sublimator, you're pretty confident that you'll have enough water backup for the landing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll take the first question. I just felt really proud today of the team. Having been with the team for 8.5 years now as the deputy program manager, I see the hard work of the team and just felt, a sense of accomplishment from watching the team work so hard, of getting this first step done, of getting Butch and Sunny on orbit, getting a couple burns executed. It was a bit of an emotional time for me because you just see how hard people work, and they put their blood, sweat, and tears into it every day of their life. Sometimes their families, suffer as they work nights and weekends on analyses or resolving challenges, and just super proud of the entire team. When I say team, I talk about the NASA team, the Boeing team, United Launch Alliance team, the Space Station Program team, and as Mark mentioned, we get to work with a lot of suppliers as well on the NASA side. These people are committed to human spaceflight. They know how hard it is. They know what it takes, and I was just super proud of the team.
Yeah, when it comes to the additional providers, we work with other providers in addition to Boeing and SpaceX and the Dragon and Starliner teams to help them as they're thinking about someday building crew vehicles or converting their vehicles to crew. But we don't have any procurement in place to do that, nothing where we're going out trying to buy additional services at this point. But I would love to see the low Earth orbit economy grow so much that we need all those vehicles, right? So that was behind my statement is I would like to see that growth in low Earth orbit so that we see this vibrant activity with lots of different launches with lots of different vehicles someday.
I think there was a second question I failed to answer on the Sublimator. There is a refill kit, and it's able to refill the tank. Essentially, you carry up some spare water, and there's a connector hose that hooks up to the system, and that should provide all the water we need for the landing. So.
Thank you both. We'll now head back to the room. We have Manuel Masanti over here.
Thank you, Tony. Manuel Masanti, Exploración Espacial. Question for Mark. I understand that Boeing has 2 operative capsules right now, Calypso in orbit and another one preparing for Starliner 1. Do you have the intention of having more of them? Like a third one is being in production, or with 2 is fine for the operational missions? Thank you.
For the flight rate that we have right now, flying once a year, 1 is plenty. But to fly twice a year, which is a request from NASA on our contract, we need 2 capsules, so to turn them every 6 months. So 2 is sufficient for what is in the plan. If, like Ken talked, if there becomes a low Earth orbit market where there's additional international space stations, additional flights, then that would drive additional vehicles.
Thank you. We'll now go to this gentleman up front here.
Yes, hi, Bert Dicht from the National Space Society. I'd like to ask a question to Tori. You mentioned this is your first crewed launch of a spacecraft, and obviously you'll be going through your processes and procedures as you prepare for the next one, but any initial impressions about everything in terms of this flight?
Yes, well, I'll just say that, we had, as you know, 2 scrubs that preceded this, and they were routine issues that, we'll be able to take corrective actions for and be less exposed to that kind of issue going forward. So it gives us a little bit more focus on launching on time as well as mission success. I was proud of my team that they took no shortcuts, and throughout this process, we kept focused on Sonny and Butch because that is a more precious payload than we have ever flown before. So yes, like the Starliner team, like the NASA team, every mission is followed by, a hot wash and lessons learned and improvements going forward.
Thank you, Tori. Next up, we have this lady right here up front.
Gina Sinceri, ABC News. I'm not sure who would know the answer to this. Did Butch and Sonny say anything on the ride up to you or any response?
Sorry, who was the question for?
Did Butch and Sonny say anything? Is that what your question?
Right. Did you get any feedback from them on the experience going up?
I didn't copy anything on the comm loops. I mean, they were professional test pilots on the way up, looking at the various abort boundaries and looking at the systems. And, you could tell they were excited and ready to go. We heard their remarks before they lifted off. And so, no, I don't think they said much. I can imagine their faces when they got in orbit and, in 0G, and just imagine how excited they were congratulating each other to be in space. And after participation in this whole development of Starliner. So.
My guess is they never lost their smile.
Yeah.
They did congratulate Tori for becoming part of the Human Spaceflight Club, which I think we need to cut his tie or something.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll now go back to the phone. We have David Denault with About Space Today.
Good afternoon. And I guess it's not maybe a coincidence that both the administrator and the associate administrator are sitting next to each other. But gentlemen, each of you had a unique experience. STS-61C and STS-73, long delays. how do you put yourself in like Butch and Sonny and all of their delays? What was that like?
Okay, well, first I'll say that the administrator and he actually has the record because he did it first, but they scrubbed 6 times on his launch, and on one of my launches we scrubbed 6 times. So Bush and Sonny, they didn't come anywhere close to that, right? They were in quarantine probably longer than I was because of the distance between their scrubs. But what I found with each one of my scrubs was we were a little more relaxed, a little more prepared, and we got a little more rested, and we were really good at strapping in by the time we got a few under our belt. I don't know. What about you, sir?
Same thing. At least the weather was not a concern for the 3 times on Starliner. The weather certainly played a big part with regard to some of our scrubs. So, yeah, it gets old hat when you strap in, and it's just another day at the ranch.
Thank you. We can now take one more in the room. We'll go to Will Robinson-Smith right there.
Thank you, Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. Appreciate the time and congratulations again. Question for either Ken or Steve. Assuming that everything goes well with the rest of this mission, you get back, you get through the data, and you press on to Starliner 1 next spring, has a decision been made on the seat swap agreement with Roscosmos and their cosmonaut and how that flight situation will work in 2025? Thanks.
Well, on the seat swap agreement, I'll talk about that, and Steve can talk about the other part. Our Russian colleagues want to get more data and see how this mission goes, and then we'll talk with them. They've said previously that they want to see 3 crewed flights before they're ready to do a seat swap. So we need to work through that with them, and Joel might have something to add there. He's been working that when he was the ISS program manager.
Yep, we already have 1 seat on the Dragon mission, but the plan is to get to do the crew swap on both vehicles as quickly as we can. And so, as Ken said, we'll be watching this mission, taking lessons learned, and then as quickly as we can, we're going to be putting that in place.
Yeah, and our goal is to, once we get the flight back, get Butch and Sonny back landed safely, evaluate the data, complete the certification that Mark's talked about, and then, we'll get Starliner in the rotation as soon as we can.
Thank you. We have time for one more question here in the room. All right, we'll go to Jeff Faust right there.
Jeff Faust of Space News. Probably for Steve or Mark, just to follow up on an earlier question about video from inside the capsule. How long after Starliner gets to the station will you be able to bring back some of that video? I think there's a lot of interest and maybe even expectation to see what it's like inside Starliner.
I don't know the answer to that.
I'm not sure, Jeff. I know we'll have to downlink the data. It's all recorded on board Starliner, and then I assume we'll get it down within a day or so of docking. But I don't know the details of that, so I apologize.
We'll make sure to get that information for you, Jeff. Thank you all to our panelists, and thank you to all the media. That's all the time we have for today, but we want to thank everyone for taking the time to ask their questions and for our panelists for answering them. Starliner is scheduled to dock to the forward-facing port of the station's Harmony module tomorrow, June 6th at approximately 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time. You can follow along starting at 9:30 a.m. on NASA Plus, the NASA app, and YouTube. And here's a look at the highlights of this historic day. Thank you, and go NASA, go Boeing, and go CFT.
Here are the astronauts, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sonny Williams, as you can see, suiting up for their mission into the history books.
This is a tradition. The whole idea here is to lose to the chief.
Out of the suit-up room, Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sonny Williams walking to an elevator at the end of the hallway. Our CFT crew taking their first steps outside, now en route to Launch Pad 41.
Crew transport vehicle is entered the pad.
Butch and Sonny arriving on level 12.
Last look at planet Earth for a while, saying hi to us. Hi, Sonny.
Butch getting in there.
Gotten strapped into their seats here.
Hatch closure complete. Roger.
3, 2, 1, ignition.
And liftoff of Starliner and Atlas V, carrying 2 American heroes, drawing a line to the stars for all of us.
Everything continuing to go smoothly now, over 2.5 hours into today's mission of the Starliner flight. Next major milestone that we are looking ahead towards are the far field piloting checkouts that we've been discussing.
And Sunny, for that tablet that you have plugged into the charger, we'd like you to unplug it and plug it back in, and tell us if the tablet's telling you it's receiving a charge.
All right, she unplugged it and she's plugged it back in. And we've got the little plug symbol that says it's receiving charge.
All right, good news. We'll watch that one for a little bit, then we'll check back on it.
Outstanding.
And Butch and Sonny doing some IT troubleshooting the same way we do on Earth with unplugging it and plugging it back in. But they've confirmed that they've got good charge on the tablet they've got plugged in. Looking forward a little bit, talking about the far-field demos that are going to be manually flown by the crew. We've got a handful, some RHC and THC checkout,